Good morning, welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Mr. Cummins to lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for a new day, and we thank you for a new day of life, and we ask you to be with us today. Forgive us where we failed you, lead and guide us, help us to think clearly and for calm nerves, and just help us have a good day, and help us make good decisions in your will. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a three-member panel of the board with 1 serving as alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or decisions concerning the cases. At this time, I'd like to introduce our board members, starting to my left.
Drew Calhoun.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clinton.
Beverly Oliver. At this time, I would like to recognize the Honorable Kristen Love and turn it over to her.
Good morning. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer for today's hearings. I'll call up the first matter on the docket involving the licensee, involving the petitioner, Ms. Amanda Everett. License number R-890130, comma 901-511 NP. Again, I'm Kristen Love. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The board has introduced itself for the record, and now will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
Is the petitioner, Ms. Amanda Everett, present?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Everett, are you represented by an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand you have the right to have legal representation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to proceed with your petition without legal representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony. If you're going to testify today, please state your name, and then the court reporter will swear you in. Are you going to testify?
Yes, ma'am. Amanda Everett.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth shall be done?
Now, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The board would request introduction of exhibits B1 through B14. Mrs. Everett previously submitted some exhibits that have been labeled as P1 and P2, but she's indicated this morning that she has additional exhibits that she would like to share with the board and possibly introduce into evidence.
All right, so Ms. Everett, we'll start with the board's exhibits. Do you have any objections to the admission of those exhibits?
No, ma'am.
All right, so B1 through B14 are admitted. And now you can share those exhibits that you have with Attorney Salzman and
Are these here? Admitted they're the same.
I guess you could pull that, but she's the one who don't really show it.
Well, I just was. So that's the same as what you showed us.
Just let me.
They're on pages 288 through 291.
Yes, they're all the same.
So those are the same ones that you have here.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I don't have any objection to these. There are some duplicates, but probably to be simplistic, it probably would be, Mrs. Everett has listed these as L1, R1 through R6. It probably would make the most sense to just introduce this as a collective exhibit P3, if that's agreeable to you for purposes of the record. And then I will provide copies of these as well, if they're admitted.
So I understand you don't have any objection, P1, P2, and then her collective exhibit P3.
No, there are some duplicative drug screens that she had previously submitted that the board did include. So you will see those twice, but I think for just how they're prepared, it would just probably be easier to go ahead and put them all in.
Okay, so yeah, those are admitted. P1, P2, and petitioner's collective, P3 is admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that there may be some duplicates. We'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we'll have closing statements. Ms. Everett, I understand this is your petition, so this is your opportunity. So you can begin with the opening statement if you want to. You can start with just a brief overview of the evidence you plan to submit in support of your petition. Ms. Oscar will have an opportunity to give an opening statement, and then you can put on your case.
Okay. Today I'm here after completing 5 years in the program, petitioning to have all remaining restrictions lifted from my license. I've completed all the requirements of the final order since 2019 to the best of my ability. So what brought me here, it's been over 7 years ago. In 2017, as an MP, wrote fraudulent scripts and surrendered my license back then and my DEA license at the time. Looking back, now compared to where I am, I really don't even recognize that person anymore. I honestly don't. So I began the program here September of 2019 and my RN and MP were reinstated. Then 2 years later in 21, I returned and requested the restrictions be lifted. So unsupervised and certain areas that I could work, that was removed. And then I came back in 22, my prescriptive authority was reinstated. And so I've had that back for 2 years now. So literally, this is just the last piece of it. Being in this, it's provided me a lot of opportunities. I've gone and talked to nursing students. I went back through the APRN orientation and actually asked that I could talk to them and talk to all those new nurse practitioners on the board's meeting. And that's part of, what has helped me, honestly. I'm glad these students are here. And maybe I can address them at the end. So compliance with the orders as included, quarterly employer reports on time, attendance of meetings, checking in daily on the Affinity app, taking all the tests the same day, maintaining a sponsor, notifying any employer of my board orders before taking employment, letting my compliance officer know of any medications I was taking, if there was anything emergent, letting her know within 24 to 48 hours. And so I've done all those things required. In the beginning was seeing a counselor frequently as ordered. I see her now as needed when I feel stressed or something going on, then I'll go talk to her. And then I just did several other things on my own accord that I felt like might be helpful that weren't required. And Rebecca has been my compliance officer, and I just wanted to say thank you to her. I had 4. So in 5 years, I had 4 before her, and she's just been wonderful and helpful. So like I say, I'm not the same person at all. I wish, you know, I don't think video was on back then in that time, but I really feel like it's not even the same person. And I deserved the consequences of what I did. Um, you know, at first it was hard, accepting and going through the process, but at some point there was a shift of, um, acceptance, and I was just gonna do whatever it took. So, I can say that that took place. I am still regretful of what happened. All I can say is my mind was so clouded and my thinking, I mean, literally, it messes the chemicals up in your brain and the parts of your brain that think clearly. So, that's, you know, 7 years ago, but I'm ready to move forward.
Ms. Salzman, any opening statement from you?
Yes, Your Honor. On October the 10th, 2017, a final order was entered by the board panel accepting the voluntary surrender of Mrs. Everett's nursing license. At the time she surrendered her license, she admitted to the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics that she had been writing Adderall prescriptions in the name of her sister and filling them for herself. She additionally presented a counterfeit $100 bill when she attempted to fill one of those prescriptions. The board restored her nursing license following that order, following that voluntary surrender in July of 2019. At the time it restored her nursing license, the board withheld her controlled substance prescriptive authority. Then in February of 2022, she requested that indirect supervision be removed and that her controlled substance prescriptive be reinstated. The board granted her request at that time to remove the indirect supervision stipulation, but denied her request for restoration of the controlled substance prescriptive authority. Petitioner then again petitioned the board for reinstatement of her controlled substance prescriptive authority, and it was granted to her in September of 2022. Throughout the various petitions and final orders, she was required to complete the remaining stipulations, which included a 60-month period of probation that included drug screening and AAA attendance. Today, she's petitioning the board for removal of the remaining probationary stipulations, and the burden is upon Mrs. Everett to show both compliance with the most recent board order and to show any and all evidence as to why that probation should now be removed as a condition of her licensure. If probation is removed, drug screening requirements will also be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Everett, now is your opportunity to put on your evidence, so you can, end now. Ms. Salzman may have some questions for you, and then the board may have some questions.
Okay. So I just, got a few things together. I do know that it will be discussed, so I want to go ahead and address, a recent, screen, that was positive. So it was a PEth test, a blood test. I spoke to the medical review officer, Dr. Lubin, and he determined this was from this tea kombucha. So I've never heard anything about it. I called and spoke with Rebecca. She knew about it and she said that she tells her new people about it, but I didn't have her as new, so I didn't know anything about it. So, I went on and did my own research because I, just wanted to find out. So, what you'll see, so this exhibit R3 I found, it's an article, it's from 2022. So obviously this is a new kind of thing, but, they did a study and basically to summarize, there is no alcohol marked on it, and they did a test on it and they were all in a wide range above average. It varied from, item to item, has something to do with fermentation. Anyway, all that to say, at the end says reported results showed positive ETG and ETS detection through consumption of just a single serving. And then basically at the end, it talks about awareness, which is what I want to talk about. Also exhibit R4. So I found a copy because I reviewed this lots of things that you shouldn't take that are potential. It's not on here. I do think that it needs to be on here, obviously. So like I say, I've avoided all these things. If I knew that, I would have too avoided it. All that aside, I went anyway. I did a voluntary ETG hair follicle test, which you'll see. It's exhibit R2, page 2, and it's negative. You know, the only other thing that I want to point out that I learned in my study too, for what it matters, the PET test is not FDA approved and it's not recommended to be used in this. So I feel like, the hair follicle is more accurate. So that's all I, can address on that. Other than that, there's not been any positive. I've done almost 100 tests in 5 years. In addition to that, I have letters of reference. All the compliance has been put into Spectrum, monthly reports, medications. I literally would tell Rebecca when I took something that I'm sure was overly cautious, but I would let her know. I have had no prior discipline. I've had no problems at employment before this, during this, no negative reports. I've got a huge support system. My family, my parents and my husband are here today. Along with that, like I say, I did a couple of just additional things as well, in the back of that. So there's a total of 4 different hair follicle tests that, over the course of the 5 years, that are all negative. I also have done 54 hours of continuing ed that I've submitted those certificates. That's all been in the last year as well, just for myself. So that I think I've covered all of what's into evidence.
Thank you.
Ms. Everett, could you just tell us your current place of employment?
Yes, it's Monroe Regional.
What do you do there?
I'm a nurse practitioner and do home visits.
What is your date of sobriety?
March 2nd, 2018.
What is your educational background?
I graduated from Mississippi State in 2006 with a Bachelor of Science in Biology. Went to nursing school at Meridian, graduated with an ADN in 2010. Did my RN to BSN 2012 from UAB, and then 2015 Stanford University Family Nurse Practitioner.
So when did you first become an RN
2010.
in Mississippi?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have licenses in any other states?
No, ma'am.
And you first became an NP in 2015, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work prior to Monroe Regional?
North Mississippi Medical Center and Critical Care.
How long were you there?
2 years, I think. 2 or 3.
How long have you been at Monroe Regional?
2 years.
And prior to that, where were you working?
I worked, my first job when I got this reinstated was in Ackerman at Choctaw Regional, small hospital, doing telehealth visits.
So since your license was reinstated in 2019, you worked at Choctaw Regional.
Mhm.
Doing telehealth.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you went to, it's critical care. Where was it?
North Mississippi Medical Center. It was the West Point Hospital.
What year was that?
Ooh, 20 to 22. I've been at this current job since October of 22, so the last 2 years.
The 22, 24, you were at Monroe Regional.
Yes,
Still are at Monroe
yes,
Regional.
ma'am.
And you say there that you do home health?
Well, it's primarily wound care, and then foot care. We get referrals through the clinic that's in Columbus.
And you're here today petition the board to remove the additional stipulations on your order, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would include probation, which also includes drug screening, and
Yes, ma'am.
does it include employer reports as well?
Yes, ma'am. I've done all of those things.
And what was the basis for that surrender in 2017?
For the Adderall prescriptions.
Where were you working in 2017?
I was in an orthopedic clinic, Mississippi Bone and Joint.
And how long had you worked there?
It had been maybe 9 months. It was a satellite clinic that basically new nurse practitioner, and they trained, and he was only there a day out of the week. So I was pretty much running the clinic.
And so you were there only 9 months. Where were you before that?
I worked in critical care at Baptist in Columbus for, I think it was 7 years prior to going back to school.
As an RN?
Yes, ma'am.
So your first NP job was at the orthopedic clinic
Yes, ma'am.
in
The only-
2016 to 17.
Yes, ma'am.
Did any criminal charges result from the situation in 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the status of those criminal charges?
They were expunged within that same year. Pretrial diversion.
And so what was your drug of choice?
Adderall,
Is that the only drug of choice you've had?
also alcohol.
So when did your Adderall addiction start?
I got on it in nurse practitioner school, so it wasn't more than, I guess, 2 years. Went through a bad divorce, not an excuse, but just a situation. And was still working full-time in critical care when I was in MP school.
So you said you graduated from NP school in 2015.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how long were you in NP school? What years?
Let's see, it was 12 to 15. I think it was 5 semesters or 6. I graduated December of 2015.
And when did the alcohol addiction start?
It just kind of spun off of that. It's not like since my teens or anything, I really didn't drink, had kids, and honestly, I guess the Adderall sparked something. They say they kind of go together, I guess. So it was soon after.
So
It wasn't before. I didn't drink at all.
so the alcohol addiction came not long after you started taking
Right.
Adderall.
Mhm.
Did you experiment with any type of drugs prior to your Adderall addiction?
No, never.
So you surrendered your license in 2017, and then in 2019, you petitioned to have your license restored. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the board did that at the time.
Yes, ma'am. They did both. I just chose not to seek MP employment yet until I had my prescriptive authority returned.
If you would, I believe you have a copy of the exhibits today.
Mhm.
If you would look at. Let's see. kind of walk through your history, just so the board panel has a complete view of your history with the board. So if you would please turn to page 14, C6.
Okay,
And this is your original surrender of your license from October the 10th of 2017, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And if you would look on page 16, paragraph 5,
Yes, ma'am.
do you tell us what it was, what was the basis for your surrender of the license at that time? For what's in the order?
Writing Adderall prescriptions.
And then it said that a report obtained from the pharmacy wherein respondent had presented all 3 prescriptions as referenced herein, evidence that respondent had attempted to fill the 4/19/2017 prescription, but had presented a counterfeit $100 bill. Could you tell us about that?
There's not much to explain to it, honestly.
Do you know where you acquired that counterfeit bill?
Yes.
And where was that?
In my parents' office.
Your parents had a counterfeit bill in their office?
It needs to be explained more. There was money that had been taken, and so they put it there.
Okay, so you had taken money from your parents and they had put counterfeit bills
Yes.
there, so the next time you took it, you weren't
Yes.
actually getting real money?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. And if you would, please turn to page 19, and that's exhibit B7. And if you'll look on page 28, this is the July 2nd, 2019 order.
Page 19 or page 28?
19 is where it starts and 28 is the end. I
Okay.
was just making sure we had the date correct. So this is the July 2nd, 2019 final order of this board, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that order, the board restored your license.
Yes, ma'am.
And when it restored your license, did it require you to do an evaluation for chemical dependency or substance abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, with Dr. Cook.
If you would, let's turn to page 37. That's exhibit B10. Is this the evaluation that you were referencing
Yes, ma'am.
with Dr. Cook?
Mm-hmm.
And this evaluation states that you had been using Adderall 30 milligram tablets 4 to 5 times per day.
Yes, ma'am.
And the Adderall usage started in approximately 2013.
Yes, ma'am. That was when I started school.
It also states you were drinking a pint of whiskey every 2 days.
Yes, ma'am.
So you attended treatment for 90 days, it says, then relapsed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And completed another 90-day period of treatment. Tell us about those treatment facilities that you attended.
The first one was here in Jackson. Honestly, I don't know much about treatment, but compared to what I did that worked the next time, they gave a lot of medications there that I'm trying to think of how to explain this best. I guess to counteract, they just immediately go to blanket, like I remember at the time, like trazodone and things like that. It was very medication weighted, I guess you'd say. Not much therapy, not much counseling. And the next one I went to, it was called Home of Grace. It's on the coast. It was complete opposite. It was hardcore. You could not be taking Advil when you went in there. It was 90 days, very intense, one-on-one counseling, Christian counseling related. Literally pastors did classes with us. And for me, that was very effective compared to just having other medications thrown at me.
When did you attend Home of Grace? What dates?
It was, I left June 8th, 2018. I guess it was like, it was March 1st or 2nd, that sobriety date.
So you were at Home of Grace from March 2nd of 2018 to June 8th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you attended any other treatment facilities since then?
No, ma'am.
So at the time you did this evaluation with Dr. Cook, you indicated that you've been sober for a period of about 17 months. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I don't remember when I spoke with him. Yeah, that's right. It was after I had submitted a petition to have him reinstated, and that was part of what I needed to do.
And have you relapsed at any time since this evaluation in August of 2019?
No,
Now, you petitioned the board in 2022 to get your controlled substance prescriptive authority back. I believe that was February of 22. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
And that request was initially denied so that you could complete an APRN orientation course.
They just said I had been out of practice for so long that would benefit me.
You complete that course.
Yes, ma'am.
So in September of 2022, you came back and petitioned the board again. Is that correct?
Was it September? I felt like it was earlier than that, but that's when it was actually fully reinstated. Maybe it was a few months before that.
I believe you came in July of
That's right.
22.
Mhm.
The order was entered in September of 22. It's on B9, page 33.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to look at it? So in September of 2022, an order was issued that reinstated your controlled substance prescriptive authority, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's still ordered that you continue probation,
Yes, ma'am.
which included drug screening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you done that? When did you first start drug screening with the board?
It was actually before my license was officially reinstated, September of 19. So it was August or September. I went and had that eval with Dr. Cook. And then I met with the compliance officer at that time, signed the affidavit, and then got enrolled in it.
So have you consistently drug screened since 2019?
Yes, ma'am, every day.
And have you ever tested positive at any of those drug screens? Yes. Let's walk through that. Turn to page B11. I'm sorry, exhibit B11, and that's on page 40, I believe. This is a test history report. It's kind of a summary of your 5 years of drug screening. If you would, please look at page 41 and tell us what you tested positive for on 3/22/22.
It says ethanol. This actually is because I've been here 3 different times and I've never seen this, so I've been here since that date. I looked at it, like I say, I was never made aware. I don't know anything about values on these, but it says 0.23 off 0.2. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know anything about these, but I wasn't made aware. I don't know if it was inadvertent. Not sure.
And if you would, turn to page 172, that's the actual drug screen results from 3/22/22.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree there was a positive test result for alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. It says 0.23, cut off 0.20.
And your testimony is today that you were not aware of this positive test result.
Never made aware of it. And like I say, I was back after that and wasn't made aware of it then.
Let's turn back to page 40. That's that test history report that we were discussing a second ago. Could you tell me if you tested positive on 4/4/2024?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that for?
It says Ritalinic acid. I spoke to Dr. Lubin. And also Rebecca on that one. And basically it was determined non-negative. She said she couldn't enter it as that, but said it wouldn't count against me. It was back when we did the Genetox and I mean, it's a DNA match. I was on Wellbutrin. The Wellbutrin wasn't in there, but my DNA is matched. She asked, had I ever not taken my Wellbutrin? I told her no. She asked for scripts from the pharmacy. I sent those to her. So couldn't really be explained. It really doesn't make sense. I do know I included in my exhibits, the only thing, so those were very short-lived, but they were supposed to be dropped off and overnighted. I dropped it off, did the tracking. I did it on Thursday by noon and it wasn't received until Monday. So it sat for however long. I don't know if that had anything to do. I can't speculate, but it's basically, insufficient all around.
So if you want, you can turn to page 250. And that's the 4/4/2024 drug test results. And if you would look at page 251, do you acknowledge that it shows a positive test result?
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Ritalin? And this was MRO, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And on 253, you see the notation by Dr. Lubin.
I do. And like I say, I spoke with Rebecca after that.
And it says there that you denied ingestion of Ritalin.
Yes,
And then the ultimate MRO was that to be reconfirmed positive for Ritalin. This note can only be explained by the ingestion of Ritalin. And that was the final MRO on that test result.
yes, I spoke to Rebecca after that.
And today, do you have any reason why you would have tested positive for Ritalin?
No,
you'd
ma'am.
Like to tell the board panel about?
No, ma'am.
If you would turn to exhibit B14, and that's found on page 274, you will find a PMP, which lists your history of filling controlled substances in Mississippi. Would you agree with us that there's no Ritalin listed on this PMP?
No, ma'am.
So you do not have a prescription for Ritalin, is that correct?
I did not ingest that.
Do you
I
have a
didn't even know
prescription-
that's something even written, honestly.
Do you have a prescription for Ritalin?
No,
At any point during the last year?
no.
And this PMP is for the date range of 9/10/2021 through 9/10/2024.
Yes,
So you would agree that it does not show that you filled a Ritalin prescription in the last 3 years?
yes, ma'am.
Now, when you surrendered your license, you had an addiction. I believe you testified to Adderall and alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you taking Adderall to begin with in 2023?
I was in nurse practitioner school and was diagnosed with it and got started on it.
You were diagnosed with what?
ADHD.
But you don't currently take Adderall, correct?
No, ma'am.
So do you no longer have ADHD?
I don't take medication for it. That's something that I'll never do again.
Is Ritalin a similar narcotic to Adderall?
I honestly don't know. Like I say, I thought that was something of like the 80s. I didn't know it's anything written today.
And let's go back again to that test history report on page 40. If you would, look at the most recent test on 9/9/2024. Could you tell us and tell the board panel whether you tested positive 2 weeks ago on 9/9/2024?
Yes, ma'am. That's the one that I addressed earlier that I spoke with him and that was medically determined a reason.
And can you tell us what it shows you testing positive for on 9/9/24?
The long term of PEth. Phosphatidylethanol.
So alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's look at pages 272. That's the actual test result for your 9/9/2024 drug screen. So after you tested positive for alcohol, it was MRO'd again. Is that correct?
Yes, I spoke to him on the phone.
And that MRO is shown on page 273.
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Lubens, would you agree his MRO from 9/18/2024, which is just 12 days ago, said MRO requested for PEth 85, spoke to her, stated she had been drinking kombucha and that she did not know that it contained alcohol. Although this product can explain this result, I cannot know with 100% certainty that this is the cause. Suggest frequent urine drug screens with ETG, ETS, including Friday, Monday, and back-to-back tests, and repeat PEth in 4 to 6 weeks and randomly. Test is positive. Do you agree that's what the recommendation was from the officer that did the medical review, the doctor?
Yes, ma'am. When I spoke to him on the phone, he said that was what it was from, and he said, just don't drink it moving forward. And I said, yes, sir. All of that, I guess, is in addition.
How long have you been drinking kombucha?
Newly, like a week.
Just a week?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you testified previously that that was the reason for this positive alcohol result.
Yes, ma'am.
And you provided some documents that shows that kombucha can show up as positive for alcohol.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're telling the board panel you'd only been drinking that for a week prior to this drug test?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of drug test was this?
Blood. I'm not, again, familiar. It's not, actually, I think I had one other that was, after monitoring an interruption that was negative.
Was it a PEth test?
Yes, ma'am.
And so a PEth test looks for alcohol more specifically, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you had not had any of those previously, right?
Any of those, what?
PEth tests.
Yes, I had one
Had
previously.
one. What year was that?
I honestly, it's been within the last year or two.
But not in the months leading up to September.
No, ma'am.
And I also believe that you provided this drugs to avoid compliance list in your P3 exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you testified that you think kombucha should have been on that list of things to avoid. Okay, so where did you obtain this list?
This was in my intro packet when I started the program, and I've referred to it frequently.
And would you agree with me that it would be almost absolutely impossible for the Board of Nursing to list every possible drink, drug, or item that could cause you to test positive on a drug screen, and that onus would be on you to make sure that what you're ingesting would not result in a positive drug screen?
I disagree. That's not something I would have researched beforehand, before now. I actually saw that the Louisiana Board of Nursing has adopted that. It's that big of a deal.
So even if your license depended on it, you would drink a random drink, not knowing anything about.
I drink the juices on the shelf right below it.
But you're telling the board panel today that you did not ingest alcohol, you ingested kombucha that contained alcohol.
Yes.
unknowingly.
But you do acknowledge you had 2 positive test results in just the past 5 months alone, correct?
Yes, ma'am. As I said, both discussed with compliance and both medically determined reasons.
And do you acknowledge that both of those positive test results were very similar drugs to your drugs of choice when you surrendered your license in 2017?
Yes, ma'am, I agree.
And you're sitting here today asking this board to remove the stipulations currently in place that require you to drug screen.
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you think those stipulations are in place?
It's for accountability mostly, to make sure that we're safe in our practice.
So if this panel heard today that your drugs of choice were alcohol and Adderall in 2017, do you think it would be wise for them to release you from your current stipulations related to drug screening with you having had 2 positive test results for alcohol and Ritalin in just the last 5 months?
Yes, ma'am, I do think that that's reasonable. As I said, I've explained, I've talked about the conversations I've had. They were all discussed with my officer.
Are you currently attending NA, AA meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you continue those meetings if the board lifted the stipulations against your license? that are
Yes,
currently in
ma'am.
place? Do you attend any other type of peer support groups?
No, ma'am, just church.
And tell the board what changes you've made such that they would consider granting your license or lifting your restrictions, excuse me.
As I said, when this started, I had no coping skills. I was making very poor decisions. I, again, have felt all the consequences of the poor decisions I made. In the meantime, am thankful for this. I'm thankful for the ways that it's helped me to find, new ways to cope. I can honestly say, when you have a clear mind and are in tune, I guess, self-awareness, I know now if I start to feel off or feel a certain way and I do something about it. Like I say, I go to a counselor, I run a lot. I've, put things in place to assure that I'm safe. And aside from all this, and again, rehashing a lot of stuff that wasn't rehashed, overall, when it comes to my patients and patient safety, there's literally not a single thing no negative before, during, after, nothing as it relates to my work as a nurse and a nurse practitioner. That is, I take pride in that. I appreciate it. During that period of time that I didn't have it, it was awful. I mean, literally, I'd see scrubs and I would cry. I just wanted to be a nurse again. And, I feel that I have done all the things to the best of my ability that the board has asked of me. And, I know that you take a chance when you give nurses things back. But in that, y'all gave me those back, I succeeded. Y'all removed stipulations, I succeeded. You reinstated my controlled authority, I've succeeded. I mean, I have proven, I feel like over 5 years, that I've done all the things needed, and not just to check boxes or go through the motions to make me a better nurse and nurse practitioner. I know I am today. I also, aside from that, the ICU I worked in was very small. I mean, it could be me and another nurse. If there was an opportunity to make a poor decision, I would have made it in this time. I've had that control writing for 2 years, which is what got me here by abusing, and I haven't done that. Another reason that I want it to be completely clear, I have felt like that I want to be an instructor someday. And I actually, a couple of years, I had a friend who's a dean of nursing at a community college approached me about a job. I applied, I interviewed, and then it got held up jumping through hoops because that's on my license. And, I want to be able to do something like that, that there aren't going to be many nurse practitioners who can go and see patients and do all those things who would choose to teach, honestly. But it's something that I feel like I can have a positive impact on a whole lot of students, honestly. And then I just enjoy learning and furthering. So, like I say, I had never had any discipline. I've never had any discipline at work. I haven't had any during this. All my employer reports are positive. I have positive affidavits from my boss and my counter MP. And, I just feel like that I have shown that this last step should take place. And, my dad, when I did get these back, I remember he said, you guard these with your life. And I feel like that's what I've done and I'll continue to do.
I have nothing further.
Right, any questions from the board for Ms. Everett?
So Ms. Everett, I'm just curious as to why you specifically want these stipulations removed. Is it in regards to a job you're wanting?
No, ma'am. I've done the 5 years and I could ask that they be removed. Like I say, it also limits me to single state. I mean, you know, I've done all of the things required in the final order.
So with you answering the way you did, are you wanting to practice outside of the state of Mississippi?
No, ma'am, not necessarily, no.
Okay, and so you're planning on staying at the wound care center you're currently working at?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional questions? Any additional questions from the panel? No additional questions for you, Ms. Everett. You can give your closing statement now if you're ready.
Okay, thank y'all for letting me be here. I appreciate the chance. I know, I've even met along the way nurses who haven't done this and they wish they had stuck with it. It's not easy. It's been a long 5 years, but I'm thankful for the program. I'm thankful again for Rebecca and for, the first time feeling like someone wanted to help us to succeed, and she has definitely done that. And just, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Everett surrendered her license in 2017 after she admitted that she had an addiction to Adderall and alcohol. This addiction started when she was in nurse practitioner school. This addiction was so bad, in fact, that she was forging prescriptions in her sister's name and filling them herself using counterfeit money. This board graciously restored her license in 2019 with stipulations that included drug screening, but did not give her controlled substance prescriptive authority back at that time. Then in 2022, this board again restored her controlled substance prescription. This board has been more than fair to Mrs. Everett. Now Mrs. Everett is here asking this board to lift probation, which would include the elimination of drug screening. Mrs. Everett has drug screened for 5 years. I acknowledge the length of time and expense that she's endured to get to this point. And while you do see 5 years of almost unblemished screens, please do not lose sight of the 3 positive screens that she did get in those 5 years, 2 of which she's had since April, for the very same types of drugs that got her before this board in the first place in 2017. It is your duty to protect the public. So I ask you, do these recent positives give you pause? Do they make your duty to protect the public harder? Do they make this panel think about how unlikely it would be for someone not drinking alcohol or taking Ritalin to get positive screens in the months just before she can make this petition before you? I think these positive screens are warnings, and I hope I'm wrong. But the drug screens clearly speak for themselves. They were subject to medical review. They were MRO'd. Even Dr. Lubin's recommendation as recent as 12 days ago. 12 days ago, stated that Mrs. Everett needs additional monitoring. Again, it's the duty of the panel to make sure the public is safe from incompetent nursing practice. Please do that today. I am asking you to deny this petition to release Mrs. Everett from probation and drug screening requirements. I'm asking you to monitor her for a longer period of time and request that she again submit to an additional chemical dependency evaluation. She's had 3 positive tests with this board in the past 2 years. The only thing that can come from extending the period of monitoring is ensuring that the public is safe. And she is still allowed to work. Her recent positive drug screens are your warning. Please do not forget to consider those positive screens, nor what Dr. Lubin recommended on 9/18 when you consider the petition today. Again, Dr. Lubin, 12 days ago, recommended that additional monitoring is needed. Please consider that today. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, I want the panel to state their names, the panel for this particular case.
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Jane Clanton.
At this time, I'll conclude the hearing in case number 2024-0609. Can I say a motion from the panel to go into closed session, to determine that the ground executive session to deliberate on this case? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision on this. We are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0609 involving the licensee, Ms. Amanda Everett. The board voted to grant the petition. The vote was not unanimous. 2-1 vote. Your petition was granted. Right. Next matter on the docket. Case number 2024-0310 involving the licensee, Ms. Brooke Michelle Vincent. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I ask the members of the panel for this case to state their name for the record.
Drew Calhoun.
Sandra Culpepper.
Jeremy Cummins.
Jane Clayton. Beverly Oliver.
Okay, the panel includes,
That's all.
Drew is the alternate. So the panel consists of, Sandra Culpepper, Jeremy Cummins, and Janie Clinton, with, Mr. Calhoun as the alternate, Drew Calhoun. Thank you. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee, Ms. Vincent, present?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Vincent, are you represented by an attorney today?
No, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you,
Yes, ma'am.
and you wish to proceed without counsel representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony so that the court reporter can swear. Ms. Vincent, will you testify on your behalf today?
Raise your right hand. Please do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, the board would request that exhibits B1 through B9 be entered into evidence today. And I believe that Mrs. Benson has additionally requested that P1 and P2 be admitted into evidence today, which is her restoration application and her AANA calendars.
So, Ms. Benson, do you have any objection to the board's exhibits B1 through B9 being admitted into the record for today's hearing?
No, ma'am.
Those are admitted, and any objection from you, Ms. Salzman, for the admission of P1 and P2?
No, Your Honor.
We'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. Ms. Vincent, this is your petition, so you can begin now with your opening statement.
I just want to thank you guys for letting me be here, present this evidence. This is me petitioning to get my license reinstated. For the last 3.5 years, I've done drug tests and attended meetings, and I have a sponsor, and I have letters of recommendation in there.
Thank you. Ms. Salzman? anyone that you hear?
Yes, Your Honor. Today, Mrs. Vincent is asking this panel to restore her license in the state to practice practical nursing. And the burden of proof is upon Mrs. Vincent to show any and all evidence as to why the restoration of her license or privilege fees restored pursuant to Rule 1.2, 1.12D. Mrs. Benson was licensed in the state as an LPN in March of 2008. On April 5th, 2016, Mrs. Benson surrendered her license before this board after admitting that she presented unauthorized prescriptions to the pharmacy that were not from her physician for Adderall and hydrocodone for a period of over 5 months between December of 2014 and April of 2015. She has now filed an application seeking restoration of her license. When considering this request for restoration, I would ask this panel to carefully consider the following factors: severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of her license, her conduct prior to surrender of her license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she is in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to look at her rehabilitative efforts and to consider her competency to practice nursing and to do so safely. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Benson, you may now present your evidence to the board, why you, in support of your petition.
I've done, everything that the packet, everything that you guys asked, I did. I went to rehab. Well, first I did non-adjudicated probation, for the prescription forgery. And, I got that expunged. And then, but prior to that, I had went to rehab. I went to Harbor House for 3.5 months, and I completed that, and I have my certificates in here for that. And, since April of 2021, I've, gotten all negative drug screens and attended, the AA meetings, 3 AA meetings a week, during that time as well.
At this time, the board may.
Good morning, Mrs. Benson. Where are you currently employed?
Shining Stars ABA in McGee, Mississippi.
And what is that?
It's, a pediatric clinic for therapy, for autistic children.
What do you do there?
I'm a registered behavior technician. I basically do therapy one-on-one with, an autistic child.
And when did you graduate? Tell us your educational background.
I have an associate's in, arts and, an associate's in licensed practical nursing.
From where?
Jones County Junior College.
For both?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you complete that education?
I believe it was in 2007, if I'm not mistaken.
And do you hold any other licenses or certificates outside of Mississippi?
No, ma'am.
Where were you employed when your license was, did you surrender your license? Where were you employed when you surrendered your license?
I wasn't working at the time.
Where were you employed prior to surrendering your license?
I think the last place I was probably employed was, Pro Nurse. It was an agency. They sent you to various places to fill in if somebody didn't have nurses.
Could you tell the panel about what happened in 2015 that ultimately resulted in you surrendering your license before the board?
I forged prescriptions and, had them filled, and, so I got caught and arrested. Whenever I got arrested, the judge, had told me, since this is your first offense, we'll let you do non-adjudicated probation, if you go to rehab and complete first, primary and secondary. So I did that, and they took it off my record.
So at the time that you did this, how did you forge the prescriptions?
I just printed them off on the computer,
Using a physician's name
right,
and then just took them to the pharmacy?
right.
And how long did you do that?
From the date she said December to April.
December of 2014 to April of 15? Right. So it has been, how long since you practiced nursing?
It's been 9 years, 8 or 9 years.
And why, would you tell this panel why you want to now go back into nursing?
Oh, I love it. I love nursing and I want to grow my education, maybe even become a nurse practitioner someday. It's always been my love and my passion. And I know it's taken me a long time to come back here, but, I love it. And this is what I want to do.
I'm sorry, where did you say you were working when this incident happened?
I wasn't working.
When you were forging the prescriptions?
Right.
You weren't working at all?
Mm-mm.
How did you forge the prescriptions?
On a computer.
Just a straight computer at home?
Right. I just typed it up.
Tell us about your addiction history. I know that you must have had an addiction to Adderall and hydrocodone.
Right.
Um,
My addiction started as soon as I graduated nursing school. I started dating a guy that I thought I would marry. So we moved in together. I did not know at the time that he was addicted to pain medication. And so me being constantly around that, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm an adult, I have choices. But being around that constantly like that, I slowly began to form an addiction. And yeah, it just took off.
and you graduated, you said in 2007?
Hmm.
So by the time you got caught, it had been almost 7 years. that you
Right.
struggled with addiction.
Right.
Do you have any addiction issues before that?
No, ma'am. I was not an addict before that.
So what was your drug of choice?
Pain pills,
Any type of pain pills?
uh, pretty much. I mean, hydrocodone.
That was your preferred drug of choice?
Right.
And you also are forging prescriptions for Adderall as well?
Right.
You touched on it briefly, but tell us what type of treatment that you received.
At Harbor House, it's inpatient. You do 30 days primary. We do classes and we did classes and therapy every day. And then in secondary, you still do classes and therapy, but you go to work and they monitor you. And so I stayed in the secondary for 2.5 months.
So is it 30 days of inpatient treatment and then the second and third months? I know you said you
Still
go to work,
inpatient.
still inpatient.
But you go work, you just come back to the house.
Done any other type of treatment other than Harbor House?
Yes, ma'am. I went to Jacob's Well as also.
So when did you go to Harbor House? What time frame?
I did that as soon as I got in trouble, so 2015.
And Jacob's Well, when did you go there?
Jacob's Well was more recent. That was in 2019.
And why did you go there in 2019?
I relapsed after Harbor House.
Have you had any treatment since you attended Jacob's Well?
No, ma'am. That's the last one.
What's your date of sobriety?
June 12th, 2019.
How long is Jacob's Well an inpatient treatment as well?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 6-month program.
So you're inpatient there for 6 months?
I was there for 3 months.
And what's the additional 3 months for?
You're just supposed to stay there a full 6 months, but I left early.
Sorry, why did you leave early?
I just missed my daughter. I was homesick and I wanted to see my baby and I felt like 3 months was good.
And you've not relapsed since that date?
Right.
How long has it been since you've drank alcohol?
I've never really been a drinker, so I couldn't even tell you. It's been a long time.
Do you attend AA meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
I do Lion Rock online.
You attend any in person?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been doing the Lime Rock?
I'd say I think I started that this year.
What did you do before that?
Before that, I did, Celebrate Recovery. I did it in Brandon. And that was quite a drive. So, and then I'm also a single parent. My daughter just has me. There's no dad involved. So it was hard for me to drive out that far with her having school. So, um, that's why I started doing the online.
So do you have a sponsor of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Miranda Nobles. She
And is that
runs,
just online?
No.
program? You? Okay, who's Miranda?
she, runs U-Turn at the Springs Church. It's kind of like Celebrate Recovery.
Do you do that in addition to your online NAAA classes?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you attend that? U-turn.
U-Turn? Oh, no, I don't attend U-Turn, but I do, she's my sponsor. I mean, we do meet and talk.
Okay, so you have a sponsor for a program that you don't attend?
Well, she's
at
just an
U-Turn?
accountability partner. I'm just naming that she is over U-Turn.
But she's not a sponsor through NA or AA.
Right.
If your license is restored, will you continue to attend the Uline meetings and the sponsor?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any issues with anxiety?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are you on medications for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Medications are you?
Spar and Prozac.
Do you, you would turn to page 17. You referenced this earlier. It's exhibit B8, and this is the test history report. And you began drug screening in April of 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
and your last drug screen, at least shown on this report, was in August of 2024.
I had one in September too.
But at the time this report was ran, it probably was in August was the last one, but you've had one since then in September.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are all the test results negative?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, there's a value out of range. The thing with that was, I had gotten a dilute and I spoke with the MRO agent and, he told me, whatever, be careful about drinking water. So the next time I took a test, I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna drink anything. That way I can make sure it doesn't come dilute. And that's why it says value out of range right there, because, my creatinine was, high because I was technically dehydrated.
But you had a negative test history, is that correct? You've not had positive test results?
Right,
While you've been screening.
right.
Tell the board what educational classes you've taken since 2016.
I know I think it was a 20-hour, sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think I took a 20-hour CE course. I took something about, addiction. Uh, a substance use disorder class. Documentation. Psychiatric basics of psychiatric concepts, and then 20 hours of license renewal package.
Mrs. Vincent, it's been 8 years since you practiced nursing. Do you feel that you're confident to practice nursing?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you concerned that if you're back in the profession that you would relapse?
No, ma'am.
Walk through your restoration application briefly. I believe it's on page 21. It's exhibit P1. I see from your employment timeline that you listed on page 26 that you've left employment for a toxic work environment and you've left another job because it was too stressful. Could you tell me more about those situations?
At Goodwill, no, I just basically had a manager that hated me, and so I no longer worked there. And then at La Casita, was the first time I ever waitressed, and it's the most stressful job I've ever had, and I couldn't do that no more.
And do you acknowledge that nursing can be a stressful profession as well?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Again, you're not concerned that you will relapse once you're around controlled substances again?
No, ma'am.
Should the board restore your license, are you agreeable to complete any refresher courses or other requirements that the board deems fit?
Yes, ma'am. I'll do whatever you guys need me to do. I'm ready to do it.
I was looking at one of your supporting affidavits on page 36. Who is Michael Moore?
That was my ex-fiance's coworker. He worked at, he's passed away now, but he worked at the, health, Mississippi State Department of Health.
Michael Moore has passed away?
No, I mean, I haven't spoken to him, but that's what my ex-fiance said.
When did he pass away?
Supposedly last October.
He completed this affidavit for you before you filed your application for restoration?
Right.
And he says there, I've known the applicant for 3 years through the following contacts, William Guy.
Right. That was my fiance.
William Guy was your fiance?
Right.
And he was a nurse, right?
Right.
Tell us about Mr. Guy. Are you still dating Mr. Guy?
No, ma'am.
When did that end?
Last year in November.
He's been before this board several times, correct?
Right.
So Michael Moore was a friend of your fiance, William Guy.
Right.
How long did you date Mr. Guy?
A few years.
Give me just approximate years.
3.5.
Now, this is not the toxic relationship you referenced earlier, I assume, from 2007.
I'm sorry.
Did you mention that you were in a toxic relationship previously?
I had a toxic work environment at Goodwill.
Not toxic, but did you mention previously, and maybe I'm confusing it, that you had? I'm sorry, I'm confusing it with the other case. So you dated Mr. Guy for 3.5 years.
Right.
Okay. Tell me again what those dates are.
Oh, I don't know right off the top of my head.
Now, did you date him before or after you came before this board?
I'm sorry.
Did you date Mr. Guy before or after you surrendered your license with this board?
After.
Can I take a 10-minute recess?
Yes, we'll take a 10-minute recess here and return back on the record at 10:46 a.m.
Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record. Before we took a brief recess, the counsel for the board was examining, Ms. Everett. So we'll pick.
Vincent, you
No.
just, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I said Ms. Everett. Ms.
It's okay, I know what you meant.
Thank you.
Mrs. Vincent, you testified that you previously have been seeing William Guy, is that correct?
Right,
And that y'all are since broken up?
right,
And you testified that you dated him for 3 to 4 years? And that
Right.
ended late last year? And do you acknowledge that he has likewise been in front of the board for substance abuse issues?
Right.
And that he was reinstated earlier this year?
right.
And were those issues similar to your issues?
For,
Meaning pain pill addiction?
I didn't know him and his addiction.
Moving forward, if you would look at page 50. You were diagnosed, it says, with moderate to severe opioid use disorder, is that correct?
I'm sorry, it says what now?
That you were diagnosed with moderate to severe opioid use disorder,
Uh,
in the second paragraph.
right,
And again, it's your testimony today that if your license is restored, you're willing to complete any requirements the board deems necessary.
right,
And it's your testimony today that your sobriety date was what again?
June 12th, 2019.
And you are not concerned that the stress of nursing or that profession will at all cause you to relapse if you enter back into the nursing profession?
Right.
No further questions?
Questions from the, panel, Board Ms. Boothby?
So I'm trying to clarify on something that you had said earlier. So you said that your addiction began with a relationship, correct?
Right.
So was it Mr. Guy?
Oh, no, that my addiction began, that was 14 years ago. So that was whenever I was 23 in 2007 when I graduated, nursing school. So I only knew Will, I've only known Will for like 4 years.
And so is he the one that's your ex-fiance that you're still in communication with?
Right.
So you do still communicate with him?
No, I don't talk to him anymore.
The other question I have for you, where are you wanting to work if you're restored? Because out of 17 years, you've only been in practice for 7 of those. years.
I'll just let the Lord lead me wherever God says.
So what is your preference though?
I would like to get a clinic job, but you know,
So clinic?
right, I would preferably like to be in a clinic.
All I have.
Ms. Benson, you stated that your sobriety date is June the 12th of 2019.
Hmm.
I see your drug screens began in 2021.
Right. I had not decided yet to do nursing just from the stress of like having to come up here and do this hearing. It really scared me. I had anxiety really bad. I wasn't on medicine at the time. And so for me, I couldn't handle the thought of doing this hearing. So that's why it took me some time to start.
So you determined in 2021 that you were going to try and get your license back.
Right.
And you stated that it's been 8 to 9 years since you practiced nursing,
Right.
that you feel like you're competent to practice nursing,
Yes, sir.
even though you've been out for 8 to 9 years.
I could do a little refresher, but overall,
Next follow-up question, have you gone to any refresher courses? Have you done any
I did
type programs to, I mean, really an intro to basics of nursing after 8 to 9 years?
I did some,
Have those for us?
yes, sir. I have the certificates in this packet, the Relias.
We have those.
The CEU license renewal package, the 20-hour course. And then I have the 15 hours documentation for nurses. And I did substance use disorder. That was a 3-hour class. And I also did 6 hours of basic psychiatric concepts. Oh, I'm sorry. That was 40, 45, 46, 47, and 48.
And so as I want to congratulate you on 5 years, 4 months of sobriety. That's great. And I'm very pleased with that. But my question goes back to this, and you testified as soon as you got out of nursing school, you were in a let's say negative relationship that kind of led you down this rabbit hole of addiction. Then I've heard that most recently in the last 3.5 years, November of last year forward back, you're in another relationship with someone with addiction issues.
He was sober the whole time I've known him. He's sober. He had his nursing license and he went to Celebrate Recovery. That's where I met him.
So he had his nursing license back the entire time that you knew him,
Right.
and he was not on any type of. Okay. All right, and so going forward, I mean, I've heard that you did, you came and did some, classes or whatever, AA or whatever in Brandon. That was too far of a drive. You decided to go online.
hmm
Class you done online,
hmm
because of life situations. I know you've got a sponsor, and again, how long has she been your sponsor?
Like a year and a half.
Year and a half. Okay. So going forward, I mean, give me a picture of what your plan is. I mean, we can sit here and ask, are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? Are you going to do this? And you can say yes, yes, yes.
Right.
But I need to hear what is your plan? If you get your license back or a restricted license back, or however this works out, what is your plan going forward? How do you plan to progress?
My plan going forward, I would like to get a clinic job. And then I don't know if you can still do school while you're in the program, but if you can do it in or out, whenever I get done, I plan to bridge to RN and ultimately get nurse practitioner if I feel that's the way the Lord's leading me. But I definitely want to bridge and get my RN.
Now, let me rephrase that question. What are you going to do to continue your recovery
Oh, okay.
going forward?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue what I've been doing. I go to church on Sunday and Wednesday. I have a huge support system of people I can reach out to if, I'm going through anything in life. I have my sponsor that I talk to every morning and we meet up once a week. I go to 3 meetings a week. I do regular drug screening. So I'm going to continue all of that.
Plan to continue every bit of that.
Right.
You understand that even being 5 years and some months out, you can relapse.
Oh, yes. Right. Right.
You consider yourself an addict.
Recovering.
That's,
Any additional questions? We can begin now with closing statements, starting with you, Ms. Windsor.
Starting with me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to thank you for your time today and all I have to say.
Ms. Osmond?
Thank you, Your Honor. Pursuant to 30 Mississippi Admin Code Rule 1.12D, in considering restoration of a surrendered license, the board hearing panel may evaluate the following factors that include but are not limited to the following: the severity of the act that resulted in revocation, surrender, or suspension of the license. In this case, Mrs. Vinson was forging prescriptions from her home computer, presenting them to a pharmacy. Section B, conduct of the restoration applicant subsequent to the revocation, surrender, or suspension of the license. Today, you heard that she had been suffering from addiction for a period of 7 years throughout school. Compliance with all restoration requirements. Whether the petitioner is in violation of any applicable statute, board order, rule, or regulation of the board. Evidence of the restoration's applicant's rehabilitative efforts. Evidence of the restoration applicant's nursing competency. Evidence of the restoration applicant's ability to safely practice nursing. Mrs. Benson has not practiced nursing in a period of 8 to 9 years. If this board chooses to restore the license of Mrs. Benson, I would ask that it do so conditionally with requirements, including continued drug screening, chemical dependency evaluations. I would ask that she be monitored and complete those prior to her being able to practice a nurse refresher course, amongst other educational components, so that she is deemed safe to practice nursing in the state. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing in the case number 2024-0310. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case. I'll make that motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session and will return with its decision in this matter. Right, we are back on the record and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024-0310. The board voted unanimously to grant the petition with stipulations. So the first condition before you can receive the restricted license, you must complete the reorientation to nursing course at Hines Community College, along with 3 other courses on legal aspects of nursing, documentation, and substance abuse, board approved courses. You do have to meet with a compliance officer as part of this order. So if you have any questions about how to find those courses, I believe she can help you with that. Or the compliance officer can help you with that. The probationary period is 36 months. And during that 36 months, after you complete the courses and then receive your reinstated license for 36 months after that, the restrictions are present and future employee notification, single state license, employee reports, quarterly reports, indirect supervision, prohibited areas of practice, maximum hours, AA attendance, abstaining from addictive substances, drug screens, monthly screens and on demand. So periodic and random. Maintain a sponsor and copies of prescriptions. They'll be listed out in the order for you, which you should receive within 45 days or less. This completes the announcement of the board's decision. Do you have any questions?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, I'm gonna call up the ASP docket.
Ones that are not.
So,
Yeah.
Already
they were all
been there.
announced.
They were all announced? Okay.
So they were all.
So, the board will, at this time, I'll consider a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on matters on the ASP docket.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on the ASP docket matters.
Make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session, but students, I understand they want to get a picture with you, so We are back on the record. I will announce the board's decisions on the matters that were remaining on the ASP docket. In case number 2022-0717 involving the licensee Huddleston, the board issued and rejected the ASP and issued a letter of concern. In case number 2023-0801 involving the licensee McKinney, the board approved the ASP. In case number 2024-0019 involving the licensee Harris, the board approved the ASP. In case number 2024-0210 involving the licensee Hood, the board approved the ASP. In case number 2024-0672 involving the licensee Holder, the board rejected the ASP and issued a letter of concern. In case number 2022-0859 involving the licensee Shelton, the board proposed a modification to the ASP. In case number 2023-1016 involving the licensee Sparks, the board approved the ASP. In case number 2024-0602 involving the licensee Van Story, the board approved the ASP. Now, Taylor, did you find the approved ASP on Taylor? Okay. In case number 2024-0767 involving the licensee Taylor, the board approved the ASP. The board also considered case number 2023-0458 involving the licensee Sarah Dennis. The board approved that ASP. This concludes the announcement of the board's decisions on the matters on the ASP docket. Concludes today's hearing.
Your Honor,
We missed one.
I believe we're still missing, I know we still have some proposed modifications outstanding that I do anticipate will come in later in the week, but Kevin Floyd,
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't announce that one.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we did that.
Yeah, case number 2022-1051 involving the licensee Kevin Floyd, the board approved the ASP.
and that leaves us with proposed modifications in Shelton, Jasmine Hazard.
We signed off on it.
Yeah, she accepted that.
Okay,
That-
so
Okay, in case number 2024-0377 involving licensee Jasmine Cazares, the board approved accepted the ASP.
So we currently have a proposed modification outstanding for Ms. Shelton and one outstanding for Victoria Pace. Is that correct? Is that what you're reflecting as well? Okay. And I have been told that Mrs. Pace is in the process of getting that signed.
Well, that concludes the announcement. The board's decisions on the ASP docket. That's announced for this week.
And that is 155 for Ian.
Yeah.